All right, guys, welcome to the stream. Thank you, everybody who's been watching so far. My name is Chris Cato. I'm the host and creator of the Formula Maximale channel here on YouTube. I'd like to thank everybody who's been watching along so far in this day one of F1 preseason testing here on the Formula Maximale YouTube channel. I've been chatting with some of you guys in the live chat, but I've now got the microphone set up for the final hour here of day one of preseason testing, and we're finally getting some live pictures as well of the actual action happening in Bahrain. I know it's been a little bit complicated for some of the fans out there, so just another reminder for everybody out there that only the final hour of testing is going to be broadcasted on each day, just for this week, and then next week we're going to go to a full broadcast. So it's a little bit complicated and confusing for the fans this week. I'm not sure why they did it that way. Certainly I don't agree with it, but it is what it is at this point. So we've got only one more hour of running to go in Bahrain. It's been a pretty busy day so far for the teams. Nothing too crazy or uneventful. We're going to go through all of the action throughout these next couple of minutes of just what's happened so far. And also some of the things that you need to know in terms of the fastest lap times and which teams are in good form and which teams are struggling a little bit. So we're going to go through all of that in the next 5 minutes or so. If you haven't done so already, hit that subscribe button on the channel, hit the like button on this video as well. On the homepage of the channel, guys, you're going to find all of the live stream information for the next 2 weeks of testing. So if you like what you saw today, come back tomorrow. We're going to be live again tomorrow. I'm just having to update the schedule for tomorrow, and we're going to be live throughout these next couple of weeks covering the F1 testing there from Bahrain. All right, so live chat is open. Comment anything that you guys want in there. I'm going to try to read as many as I can. If you got any questions, let me know. If you got anything specific, I will try my best to answer it. And, of course, try and follow the action as well with you guys. So just going to get my F1 TV open here in just a second so we can see what's going on the track. All right, so it's been a pretty good day so far for the teams. Actually, quite a lot of reliability, pretty good reliability from that standpoint. Some of the teams, though, that have been struggling for so far, I see some of you guys in the chat are asking about Aston Martin. Aston Martin has been in the garage for most of today, actually. They have some sort of a problem on the engine side of things with the Honda engine. The reports that I saw online were that it could be an overheating issue. Lance Stroll in the car today for Aston Martin, and so he only did, let's just bring it up here, how many laps he only did so far. Lance Stroll only completing 28 laps so far today, the lowest of any driver, and he's been struggling with reliability all day long, so we're probably not going to see him again for today. Unfortunately, Fernando Alonso is in the car for tomorrow, but it's only Lance Stroll driving for today. Other reliability concerns relate to the Racing Bulls team. They had some problems. It's unconfirmed whether it's engine related or to do with anything else. Arvin Lindblad was out earlier in the AM session, had some good running from his part. 75 laps completed, the 9th fastest time. Of course, the lap times don't really mean anything, but we're just talking about laps completed. Really good for the Racing Bulls Ford the Red Bull Ford powertrain. Very good laps for them. But in the PM session, they've also been stuck in the pits, haven't been able to get out. The Mercedes of Kimi Antonelli also had some sort of an issue earlier in the PM session, but as you guys can see in the top right corner there of your screen, the driver tracker, Antonelli is currently out on the track, so they have fixed whatever the issue is there. So I got some chats coming in here asking, I have Apple TV, but why can't I watch? So yeah, we had another commenter asking about that earlier in the stream, and I read online that Apple TV is not showing any of the F1 preseason testing. They'll only begin their coverage during the regular season, so during the first race and throughout the rest of the year. So basically, guys, the best way that you can watch it is either through an F1 TV subscription or through one of your F1 TV broadcasters. So if you're in the UK, for example, Sky Sports, or if you're in Italy, Sky Sports Italia. So one of those avenues. And if you don't have any of those, well, then you come to the right place, because here on the Formula Maximale channel, We're going to give you the best coverage that we can get, of course, without showing you any of the actual footage, because that footage is copyright protected, and if I showed even just 2 seconds of it, they would probably burn my channel alive, because that's how much Formula 1 management likes to crack down on using their content. But that is what it is, but we're going to do it the way that we have here. We got the live timing, middle of your screen. That is up to the date and accurate. You've got the best lap times, the most amount of laps completed, the top sectors, and the top speeds as well. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, I've also got a Twitter feed going up here as we see some trackside updates and some different interesting things coming out from the Paddock Insiders, which is quite interesting. So we got 52 minutes left in the session so far. Lando Norris, the fastest time of the day with the 1:34.6. He's got 38 laps completed on the board. He took over from Oscar Piastri in the morning, so he's only completed 38 laps so far in this PM session. Right behind him in second place, only about a tenth or so in the gap there, but of course we're not really focusing on times. It's Max Verstappen. He's had a really solid day so far. Just him in the car today for Red Bull, a 1:34.8, his best time, 116 laps on the board. And then rounding out the top three, the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. He's got a best time of a 1:35.1 and 56 laps completed. Ferrari splitting their drivers on day one. Lewis Hamilton in the car this morning, Charles Leclerc in the car this afternoon. And just on Lewis Hamilton, he had a little bit of a rough AM session for Ferrari. He had a little bit of a spin. I believe it was in turn 1 and turn 2, then had a little bit of a moment in turns 9 and 10, but of course it was anything serious, and he was able to continue, just flat spotted some tires. But he made some interesting comments following the AM session, saying that these new generation of 2026 Formula 1 cars feel a little bit driving like GP2. So that's what it just feels like from inside of the cockpit of the car. So some interesting comments from Hamilton there. In the AM session, we had a couple of red flags and stoppages. Mostly it was from Franco Colapinto from Alpine. His Alpine stopped at the side of the track, but it didn't look like it was a major issue because he did return to the circuit an hour later. And then in the PM session, we've had only one red flag so far, which was for the Audi of Nico Hülkenberg. He stopped just at the final corner, but was able to get the car going again and then return to the pits, and he's also back out on track. So, again, not a major issue, but those were the two big red flag moments that we've had so far today. But other than that, guys, it has been pretty solid day of running. We haven't had any major blow-ups or anything like that. Of course, as I mentioned at the top of the stream, we do have Aston Martin struggling with some reliability issues, Racing Bulls as well. But other than that, it's been pretty solid, which is why it's a little bit weird to me why these tests are so private. Of course, the Barcelona shakedown was quote-unquote private, where we didn't get to see any broadcast there. And then this first week of the test in Bahrain, we're only getting to watch the final hour. But the reliability has been pretty good, probably a lot better than what people have expected, considering the new and complex engines that we have for this season. But so far, so good. I mean, even the new teams, for example, if we take a look at Cadillac, I see some comments in the chat talking about Cadillac as well. You got Sergio Perez in 14th. He's got 44 laps on the board, and Valtteri Bottas, his teammate, was in the car this morning. Also another 49 laps on the board this morning for Cadillac. So they are nearing the 100-lap mark. Very solid day for Cadillac. We're not focusing on the times. I'm probably going to say that 100 times today, but it is the truth. It's still way too early to be focusing on any lap times as well. And just to avoid some confusion, you might see that in the live data, or you might see that in different analyses. Pirelli have only brought the hard compounds for this first test, so the C1, the C2, and the C3. So the C1 is basically a white sidewall tire you're going to see with white brackets on the side, and then the C2 has no brackets, and then the C3 is technically the medium, which has a yellow sidewall. So that's how you can determine the differences. But there are no soft tires for this week. Next week's test from February 18th to the 20th will feature the full range of the Pirelli compounds, including the soft tires. So just there to avoid confusion. All right, I'm catching up on the chat here. Just because some comments saying, I know lap times are not important here, but seeing Colapinto and Gasly at the bottom worries me a little. I wouldn't worry too much about it just at the moment. I mean, it is still really early. It is the first day of testing. And also, you got to keep in mind that Alpine, this is a transition into the Mercedes engine era that they have now. It's going to take a little bit of a time for them to get through all of their system checks and to get up and running. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. Gasly currently, let's see, is he out on track at the moment? I believe that he was. Yeah, Gasly currently out lapping right now at the moment. He's got 30 laps on the board, but we're not going to focus on the times at the moment. The Colapinto one was a little bit more of a worry, but it wasn't a major issue. They did eventually get back out on the track, so don't worry. I wouldn't be too concerned whether you're an Alpine fan or a fan of another team. It's still really early. We're probably not going to get to read into things until the final 2 days of testing next week. But yeah, not the greatest to start for Alpine, but also not the worst as well. At least they're still out on track. Yeah, if you guys are wondering how you can actually watch the live action, F1 TV subscription is probably the best way to do it. And, of course, Sky Sports, they're also broadcasting it as well. I think in the U.S., maybe ESPN is showing it. But, of course, you can't find it on YouTube due to copyright reasons. But please do stick around to the channel here because we're going to be alongside for the last hour here of testing covering the action. So I hope you guys can stick with me as well. I'm also on social media at Formula Maximale on Instagram and Twitter. There you can keep up to date with all the updates and live stream schedules, new videos, and things like that. One team that I did want to talk about just quickly as they're on the screen at the moment is Williams. Williams has had a really strong day today. Alex Albon currently out on track, 53 laps done in this PM session. Carlos Sainz with 77 laps in the morning session. He did the most laps in the AM, and this was really impressive considering Williams missed the Barcelona test due to delays, due to just not being able to finish the car in time for the Barcelona shakedown. And there were a lot of concerns, a lot of rumors going on at the Williams camp, but they've hit the ground running so far here in Bahrain. Well over 100 laps done so far. I think they are leading the lap count in terms of the teams next to Red Bull. So it's a really impressive job so far from Williams. And hopefully they can continue this run. And maybe the fact that they missed out on the Barcelona shakedown is not actually going to be a sign of the season to come for them. Hopefully it won't end up being so bad after all. We can all hope, considering how impressive they were in 2025. And of course, this is the new era of Formula One. I'm probably sure that you guys are as confused about it as I am, sitting and watching at home. There's going to be a lot of new terminology, a lot of new phrases to learn in the next couple of weeks and during these tests. I'm sure that some people will have some good explanations as well, but we have different things this year, of course, because we technically, let me just see if I can bring it up here. I don't think I have the graphic here, but we can just do an explainer. So there is no DRS technically this year. It has been removed, and instead we get what we called the overtake mode, which is similar to DRS because you have to be within 1 second of the car in front in order to be able to enable it. But that overtake mode comes from an extra burst of energy that is available. So that quote-unquote DRS is now not from the rear wing flap, but is instead from an extra burst of energy. But at the same time, we do have the active aero, which is basically DRS, but this time both the front and the rear wings are moving to reduce drag and increase top speed, and there are going to be zones for that as well. And then, of course, we do have boost mode as well, which is basically just the energy deployment from the battery, so technically last year's overtake mode. So it's a lot. It's very technical this year. It's a lot more complicated, I think. It's complicated even for me. I've been watching F1 for the last 20 years and have been doing this channel for about 8 years. And it's even a little bit complicated for me to understand. So it's going to be a lot for the fans, especially new ones, to try and get up to grips with these new regulations. But hopefully they're not going to be as complex as they're made out to be. Yeah, I see your chats coming in now, guys, about the F1 TV account and the Apple TV. I'm not sure how the Apple TV stuff works because I don't have an Apple TV. I do have an F1 TV subscription, so that is how I watch F1 from where all the sessions and everything like that. So that is the easiest way for me. But you guys also have to check your local TV broadcasters as well in whichever country you're watching from, because some of them will be showing F1 testing, but of course I'm not sure which ones those are. I know Sky Sports in the UK and also in Italy will be showing it, but otherwise you'll have to follow up on that on your own. We got some video here of Max Verstappen out on track earlier this day. He's still sitting second at the moment, a tenth and a half off the pace. He's got his best time there on that C3 medium tire. Yeah, the Red Bull is looking good, and especially the Red Bull Ford powertrain is looking very solid. 117 laps on the board, like you said there, and yeah, the pace looks pretty good. I mean, of course, it is still early days, and we can't read much into the times, but Max looks pretty comfortable, and the most important thing is with the new engine, with the new in-house engine, everything is running smoothly. He's haven't had any problems so far throughout this day. 119 laps. Isaac Hadjar, actually, he just did his 120th lap of the day. Isaac Hadjar will be in the car tomorrow for Red Bull, and then they will split the days between the two drivers on Friday. So, yeah, pretty solid day from Red Bull. Max just came into the pits, did a practice pit stop, and he's going to be coming out again. Currently 3 cars out on track only at the moment. We've got Antonelli, Gasly, and Albon. And yeah, this is the closest thing to a free live streaming. It definitely is. Try to do my best, guys, to give you the most data and information that is out there. If you join the streams tomorrow, so I will be live again tomorrow in the morning for about 3 hours, covering the live data and everything that we're going to get. And then once again, I will be live for the 1 hour where they're actually going to broadcast live images, and I'll do the commentary with you guys. And I'm also hoping to have some live telemetry tomorrow as well that we get to see from the cockpit from the drivers. I think that'll be interesting to watch because of the top speeds and how much lifting and coasting some of the teams have to do, and how much of the speed difference it is between the beginning and the end of the straights as the battery deploys and loses its charge, because that will be a big talking point for this season as well. So yeah, that'll be more on tomorrow's streams. That'll try and set those up. And also at the conclusion of this stream, we got about another 40 minutes to go, I will be wrapping it up and then preparing a summary video, a debrief show for day 1 of F1 testing. So in case you missed any of the action from the morning or even from the PM session, I'm going to wrap it up for you guys in about a 3 to 5 minute video that I'll post within about an hour and a half to 2 hours after the conclusion of day 1. So you'll be able to find that video as well on my channel. And here we have an explanation for the overtake mode, so I'll read this out to you. Gives extra power to aid overtaking. During a race, this will be made available when a driver is under a second behind the car in front at the detection point. Overtake mode allows a driver to sustain a higher speed for a longer period of time. And in practice and qualifying, this function will be freely available, as was DRS last year. So, yeah, it's going to be, it's kind of going to be a Grand Prix or a series of battery management for this season. I know that's probably not what we want to hear. I hope it's not going to be as bad as some were expecting. But in terms of managing things, of course, it's still going to be managing fuel, managing tires, but it's going to be a lot of battery management. It's almost 50-50 now between internal combustion engine and the battery, and I think that it's going to be a lot of management. But what's going to be interesting is that if we look at this circuit, currently at the moment where testing's taking place in Bahrain, this is a circuit in which being able to harvest the battery is actually quite easy. There's a lot of braking zones. This is a very stop-and-go track. It's a rear-limited circuit, so it's all about the rear grip coming out of the acceleration zones and good top speed. So you actually have a lot of good areas here to be able to charge the battery and manage the battery. Turn 1 is a big braking zone. The tricky left-handed braking zone into turn 12 is another one. But what's going to be interesting is when we go to more circuits like Melbourne, for example, which is a sort of a medium to high-speed, fast-flowing circuit, how will the energy demands be at a circuit like that where there really aren't any heavy braking zone and where it's going to be much harder to be able to harvest that energy? So that's where different strategies might have to come into place about whether that's lifting and coasting, whether that's downshifting on the straights in order to manage the battery. We don't know. This is all up in the air. These are all things that have come out so far between teams and their simulations and how the car drives in the simulators. But we really don't know. It's still an unknown. So I think that what we see here in Bahrain, it's going to be a totally different story than to what we're going to get in Australia and also the other tracks as well that we go to throughout the year. Yeah, Aston sandbagging? I'm not exactly sure. I don't think that they're sandbagging. I think that they are genuinely struggling at the moment. Lance Stroll is still stuck in the pits, and I don't think that they're going to have that issue fixed in time for him to get out again today. And yeah, it's a big question for Aston Martin. They've got a lot of big hires that came into the team this year. Of course, Adrian Newey, who's promised a lot of magic to come to Aston Martin this year, but so far not really delivering. They were late to the Barcelona shakedown. They only completed about 100 laps or so, I think it was, between the end of Thursday and then Friday. And they got onto the track early today, but Stroll only got 28 laps on the board, and he's been stuck ever since. The rumor is that it's an overheating issue on the power unit, and they found some sort of an issue there once they took off the engine cover, and he hasn't been out on track ever since. So it's been a tough start to Aston Martin. Tomorrow, Fernando Alonso is in the car, so let's hope that the issues are fixed by tomorrow. But yeah, not so good so far for the hype train that is Aston Martin. Once again, thanks to everybody out there who's joined the stream here on the Formula Maximale YouTube channel. My name is Chris, and I'll be here with you guys for the next 36 minutes to wrap up this first day of testing in Bahrain. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I really appreciate it. Drop me a chat, or drop me a comment in the chat. Let me know where you're watching from around the world. If you got any questions, if you got any comments, just use the live chat there on the bottom or the right-hand side of your screen, and I'll try to get back to as many of them as possible. We got some more cars out on track now at the moment. Max Verstappen, the four-time world champion, has just got out onto the circuit again. Cadillac's Sergio Perez is also out on track, currently doing a longer run at the moment on the medium tire. And we also have Audi's Nico Hülkenberg, Esteban Ocon, and Kimi Antonelli out on track. Been a pretty solid day so far for the new Formula One's 11th teams, Cadillac. Sergio Perez currently completing his 46th lap of the day. His teammate Valtteri Bottas earlier in the morning managed to complete 49 laps. So they are sitting down there 15th and 16th respectively, but they do have a pretty solid day if you're considering this is a brand new team. They have been doing a pretty good job so far. And honestly, even in the Barcelona shakedown, they were pretty impressive as well. They had some more issues that kept them from running maybe as much as they would have liked. But overall, I think it's been pretty solid so far for Perez and Bottas and the whole Cadillac team. We got one viewer watching from Ukraine. Hello to you as well. Thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, let me know, guys, where you're watching from around the world. This is an international stream, of course, so it's always cool for me to hear where people are watching from. Sadly, the U.S. Yeah, well, I get it. Yeah, that's all right. Which state are you watching from in the U.S.? I am originally from Canada, so we are neighbors. Of course, now I moved a couple of years ago. Now I'm based in Serbia, so a little bit of a different setting for me. But of course, I know the U.S. very well. All right, we got people from around the world coming in here. We got Lithuania, Singapore. Jesus, wow, this is very, very international stream. Malaysia, watching from Jamaica, Portugal. Shout out to Portugal. That's cool, man. I was in Portugal last year, visited Lisbon, and also went up to see... oh, man, I'm going to forget it off the top of my head now. The castle up there, Sintra. There we go. I forgot it. Portugal, very beautiful country. So yeah, I love visiting them last year. All right, let's see where else we got more. Oh, we got another viewer from Serbia. Hey, ciao, brate. Good to have you along, man. Good to have you here on the stream. Slovakia, Canada, Greece, Porto. Yeah, Porto's really nice. I'd love to visit there one day. Shout out to the Netherlands as well. We've got viewers from Argentina, Hong Kong, Philippines. Man, this is really cool, guys. This is awesome. Brazil, India. What are you doing in Serbia? Living life, man. Living life. I escaped Canada to come to Serbia. Just it's a little bit more chill. I mean, my family's originally from here. They're from the former Yugoslavia, so it just made sense to come back here, and I'm very happy here in my new home. But yeah, I will be actually going back to Canada in a couple weeks' time to visit my family there. So I'm excited to get back there for a little bit. Not looking forward to the winter though. Brutal winters there, so it is what it is at this point. But yeah, we got a lot of people watching here. More viewers from Ukraine, the US, the UK, Italy, from Alabama. Shout out to Alabama. Good people there down south in the US. Bahrain, South Africa. Really cool, man. Really cool to see. He's saying you escaped Serbia. Where are you living now then? Totally getting off the topic here of Formula One testing here, but it's cool, man. No, it's really cool to see. I mean, it's nice to be able to have this platform to be able to connect with so many people around the world. So yeah, it's a great pleasure to have you guys here along with me as well. We got about half an hour to go here in the first day of winter testing. Nothing eventful happening so far here in this PM session, just solid running. All right, let's see. More viewers here. We got some from Bahrain. Shout out to Bahrain. South Africa. Another viewer from Ukraine. New York City. Shout out to the Big Apple. Belgium, Germany, Uzbekistan. Oh, that's cool. Shout out to Uzbekistan. I hope we get this many people for the streams this week, guys. So, yeah, if you want to see more of these streams, subscribe to the channel. And, of course, check out the homepage of my channel. You'll see the schedule for the next 2 weeks of testing. I will be live again tomorrow, and then, of course, Friday as well. So, yeah, I really do love winter testing. Honestly, it's probably my favorite time of the year, and I really do enjoy doing these live streams. And it makes it all that much easier when you have a full chat like we do today, just to be able to really kind of pick up on the conversations when you're alone doing commentary like this. So it's really cool. I will have some guests next week, actually. We got some guests that I'm trying to line up from the F1 community who will join me as well on the mic. So that should be pretty fun. So that will be for next week's streams. Going to be a lot of live streams coming next week. About 6 hours of coverage per day I'll be doing for the test from February 18th to the 20th. So we got Lando Norris is currently out on track. He's doing a long run on that medium tire. He went for a kind of, I wouldn't say a performance run, but one of his fastest laps earlier, about 45 minutes ago. He set the fastest time of 1:34.6, and that lap time is still sticking. So it's Norris, Verstappen, Leclerc, Ocon in 4th, Piastri 5th, George Russell in 6th, Lewis Hamilton in 7th, Nico Hülkenberg in 8th, Pierre Gasly in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Williams is Alex Albon. All right, more viewers here. Shout out to Puerto Rico. Thank you for coming and watching along. And yeah, greetings from the Netherlands. Hello to you as well. Yeah, I was in the Netherlands actually last summer. I went there. My girlfriend's friend had a wedding in Eindhoven. So I visited Amsterdam, Eindhoven, and I actually went to Zandvoort. I was really interested to go to Zandvoort. I was there about a week before the Grand Prix, and I love Zandvoort. I loved being there down by the beach. It was a very cute little town or city, however you call it. But I really enjoyed my time there. And then I also took out a road trip to the Verstappen store out in Schwalmen. And that was really cool. That was a very interesting experience because that store was pretty much in the middle of nowhere in this very small, cute Dutch little town. And yeah, I bought myself some Verstappen souvenirs. And so I got a video of that actually on my channel as well if you guys want to check that out. But I was disappointed to hear that the store is closing permanently, actually, both locations there in the Netherlands, because I believe Max has struck a deal with, was it Fanatics, I think it is, the one who sells the sports merchandise. So yeah, it's kind of disappointing that those stores are closing because it was quite a unique thing, actually. I mean, I couldn't believe it. When I got off the train, I thought I was in the wrong place because it really is in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, very, very cool store. They have a lot of his memorabilia there. He had his first race-winning car was there, a lot of his helmets and different things like that. So yeah, very, very interesting. More viewers from India, Indonesia, Brazil. What's up to you guys? Thanks for watching. Thanks for coming to join in on the stream. Great to have you along as well. Yeah, a lot of different time zones as well. I don't know how it is for you guys. For example, for me here in Serbia, of course, it is European time, so it's not too bad. It's currently 4:30 p.m. local time, but I think for some of the other viewers, it might be more towards the evening. If you're back in the East Coast in Canada or in the U.S., it's still early in the morning. I mean, not too early, but depending. If you're West Coast out there in Canada and the U.S., it is still morning, so good morning to you guys out there. But yeah, I guess this is what we do as F1 fans. We get up at odd times in the night, we stay up late, or get up early in the morning to watch our favorite sport. That's just what we do. And 27 minutes left in the day one of F1 testing. 8 hours of F1 action today has just flown by. And yeah, as I repeated, guys, if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty solid day of testing. No real major reliability concerns. We had in the AM session, Franco Colapinto did bring out a red flag, but it wasn't a major issue. They got that car going once again. And then now in the PM session, we had another red flag, this one caused by Nico Hulkenberg. But he was able to get the car going again as well, and he's actually currently out on track at the moment. And Hulkenberg is sitting 8th in the fastest time so far with 58 laps on the board. Some of the reliability concerns, though, is in relation to Aston Martin. They've had some pretty big ones. And also Racing Bulls as well. They were out in the AM session but have not come out again in the PM session. I'm not exactly sure what the issue is there, but they haven't returned to the circuit since the morning session. So, yeah, those are some of the major reliability concerns of the day. So this is interesting. This one tweet coming from F1 Insights Hub, you can see at the bottom of your screen. So this is the data here between Lando Norris's fastest time in P1 versus Max Verstappen in P2. And you can see that there's similar deployment strategy in the previous lap. But in this first and second sector this time around, Norris didn't lose as much time to Max, and he gained it all back by deploying more in the back end of the lap. So we have a lot of straights on this circuit as well, so he probably deployed more at the back end of the circuit. So these are the games that are going to be played this year, guys, with the 50-50 split here in the internal combustion engine and with the battery. There's going to be a lot of strategy in terms of where you deploy and also where you harvest as well. So that's going to be a huge factor in determining lap time in 2026. Yeah, I did hear of lap 76. I did hear about them because somebody from here as well told me to check them out. So yeah, I'm gonna have to watch more of their content as well. I'm still learning the language, so I'm not 100% with the language yet. My family is native Hungarian, so I do speak Hungarian and English, and now a little bit of Serbian. So, you know, who knows? Maybe sometimes down the road I'll be able to connect with them. Maybe do some content for some of the Serbian viewers as well. There's a lot of F1 fans here in the Balkans, actually, and we've actually got some promising young prospects coming through in F3 at the moment as well. So that's going to be really exciting because this isn't really a nation known for motorsports or Formula One, so it would be cool to have some drivers come through from this part of the world. And of course, you do have Dino Beganovic, who is he is from racing under the Swedish license, but he is from a Bosnian family. So that is some F2 at least drivers who have raced, but he has raced in Formula One just in a pre-practice session. So we do have had some Balkan F1 representation at the very least. And just showing replays now, watching on the stream here of Pierre Gasly going a little bit wide into that tricky left-hander downhill braking zone. Probably one of the most challenging corners on the circuit in Formula One, and locked up the inside left front. Probably will have to go back to the pits as he flat spotted those. We've got currently 6 cars out on track at the moment. excuse me, we got Lando Norris, Pierre Gasly, Perez, Hulkenberg, Leclerc, and Albon. Aha, you're from Novi Sad? No way. Yeah, I mean, I'm in a different town. I'm actually in the town of Bach. It's about 60 minutes from Novi Sad, but my girlfriend is living there at the moment. So, and my mom is born from there as well, and my sister was born there as well. So yeah, that's very cool. Very, very cool to have such a great audience here for this stream. 23 minutes left in this day one session. Let's see, Charles Leclerc currently out on track. He's on a long run as well. Leclerc's been getting in a healthy amount of laps so far. 65 on the board. Another one quietly getting a lot of laps on the board actually is Esteban Ocon in the Haas. 106 laps. Of course, he's got the car to himself today. But he has had a pretty solid day. Fourth fastest time and a lot of laps done. 106 if you compare that to Verstappen's 128. He's pretty much right there on pace with him. So this is pretty good for Haas. But they always tend to do a lot of good long running and testing. That's kind of the Haas staple that we've seen in the last couple of years. I'm just trying to see if I can find any sort of other updates. Yeah, this was some interesting comments from Toto Wolff earlier in the day saying, quote, this was speaking about Red Bull, quote, the car, their power unit are the benchmark at the moment, I would say. And then obviously you have Max in the car. That combination is strong. I think that's probably a little bit of politics and gamesmanship from Toto Wolff, especially now with the whole engine compression talk and rumors that are going on and the fact that the FIA is hoping to take action or at least resolve this issue between now and the first race in Melbourne. So whether or not that's true, we'll have to wait and see. But you know Toto Wolff, he's pretty good at playing the PR game, so I think that's what this comment is all about. So yeah, this is Leclerc's stint on the C3 here. So you can see lapping pretty consistently in the high 137s to the low 38s. Average lap time of a 38.3 there for Leclerc. Now here's some technical details on the McLaren. All right, let's see if I can get back to the chat here. Got some new ones that are coming through. Aha, jó napot Zoltán. Köszönöm szépen, üdvözöllek. Why don't we have Hadjar times? Well, it's because Isaac Hadjar is not in the car today. Only Max Verstappen is driving for Red Bull. So Hadjar will be in the car for tomorrow's session. And then on Friday, they're going to split the day with Hadjar and Verstappen. We got another viewer watching here from Venezuela. Shout out to Venezuela. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, Ocon pulled the top 4 in the Haas. Yeah, just as I was saying before, it kind of happened sort of under the radar there. But very good time from Esteban Ocon. But it's more so the lap. The mileage is really good. I think what's very impressive so far is actually the Ferrari power unit. They've showed themselves to be very, very reliable. If you look at the Ferrari-powered cars that are currently on track, or excuse me, that are currently running today, we've got, of course, the Ferrari, we've got the Haas, we've got Cadillac, and we have Audi as well. And they've all been completing very good laps, and they haven't had any issues so far today. Other than for the fact that Hulkenberg did stop out on track, but we're not sure if that was power unit related or not. Of course, in my day one summary video coming out in a couple of hours' time, I'll have all of the lap counts for the manufacturers and the drivers as well, and we're going to be able to see who did the most. But so far, Ferrari, it looks like, will be leading the pack as well. So the Ferrari PU is looking pretty strong at the moment. So already under 20 minutes. We only got 18 more minutes left in the session. I'm wondering if any drivers or teams will come out in the last 10 minutes or so and try to do a little bit of a more kind of a glory or performance run out on that medium tire. Let's see. Probably not, as this is only day one. So it looks like this formation is going to hold until the end of the session as well. We've had almost 8 hours of running so far on day one, and it's been pretty bulletproof running, guys. It's been very impressive to watch, especially when we've got such a big regulation change. But yeah, I mean, I wish it was maybe a little bit more exciting, but we don't have anything to really commentate on in terms of what's happening out on track at the moment, because it's pretty smooth running so far. Right now, at the moment, as we speak, we've got only 4 cars out on track: Norris, Leclerc, Hulkenberg, and Antonelli. So Lando Norris comes around and just crosses the line now to complete his 45th lap of the day. He's got the fastest time so far of day one with the 134.6. And he set that on, I believe he set that on the C2, which is the harder compounds. They've only have the hard compounds available for this test this week. But yeah, Norris popped up there into the times. He had a little bit of a delay getting out, actually, in the PM session. Oscar Piastri was in the car in the morning, but then Lando Norris took over for the PM session, but he didn't get out immediately. I think it was almost about an hour and a half before he got out onto the track. Maybe it wasn't an issue. Maybe it was just setup changes, getting the car changed over to Norris. But yeah, these teams can only run 1 car per day, so that's why they have to be split between the 2 drivers. So at the maximum, we can only have the 10 cars out on track for this session in testing. So 15 minutes to go. Oh, excuse me. 15 minutes to go in this session, and then I'll be pretty much wrapping it up within 5 minutes of the checkered flag, guys. I've got to get the day one summary video prepared. So if you haven't been watching from the beginning, or if you've missed anything throughout the day, stay tuned to the Formula Maximale channel, because I will be posting a full day one summary video. Probably should be out about 2 hours after the completion of this session. So I would say around 7 p.m. European time. That should be around about 1 o'clock in the East if you're watching back in the Americas. But yeah, best way to always get notifications for my videos. So just enable those notifications on YouTube, and then you'll be able to see them. Just actually interesting here, we see Charles Leclerc currently on track at the moment. He has set on the C3, the medium tire, but he isn't going faster. He's on 4/10 down in the first sector off of Norris, but let's see if he can improve his time. It wasn't a personal best in the first sector. I had a feeling that he might try to do some sort of a performance run, but it doesn't look like it at the moment. Maybe just going for some longer runs on that medium tire. I'm curious to know your guys' opinions out there in the chat from everybody watching. Do you think that the engine noise this year is any louder than it was in the last couple of years? I know that, of course, these engines are different to what we've had in the last few seasons. But, for me personally, I don't notice a vastly different sound from the engine. To me, it still sounds like the 1.6-liter V6 turbo hybrid engines. And I think that some of the sounds are different. Maybe off throttle and at low speed, they do sound a little bit louder. But from what I've seen so far from the F1 TV live coverage and from the videos that have been posted online and from the teams themselves, I really personally don't see any, or I don't hear any major difference in terms of the noise from these new power units, which for me is a little bit disappointing. I know that a lot of people thought that with the removal of the MGUH, we would have a much louder engines, but just for me personally, I don't really notice that it is significantly louder. Maybe just by a little bit, but nothing for me that I would go, wow, that is a big difference. But I'm curious to see what you guys think. Let me know in the chat. We see another viewer here watching from Michigan and the USA. Welcome along. Thanks you for joining me. Shout out to Michigan. Got more cars coming out on track now here for the final 12 minutes. We got Ocon and Gasly, who just went out on track. Leclerc, Norris, and Hulkenberg still lapping pretty consistently as well. Antonelli, I think he just came through the pit lane and is back out on track again. And I don't know if you guys heard the story about Kimi Antonelli, actually. He had a car accident in his home in San Marino. He binned one of his new Mercedes. Pretty good. I mean, he's okay, thankfully. He was, nothing had happened to him, but that car is pretty much, I wouldn't say it's totaled, but he's going to need a new one from Mercedes. So I saw that was the big news in the last couple of days. This is a pretty interesting tweet here about the visualization here about the cockpit positions of the top 4 teams. This is from, yeah, so this is for this year. I wonder if I can make this a little bit bigger, if it'll... Yeah, very interesting. So a little bit of deviations from the top 4 teams here. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. Yeah, this it's currently, of course, the night session in Bahrain, so it's a good time to see some of the liveries and how they look under the lights. I think that the Red Bull glossy livery is definitely the best looking one under the lights, but it's pretty good actually even during the day. It's been pretty underrated during the day, but it looks really good. I'm very thankful that they finally changed that livery just a little bit from the last couple of years. It's pretty been the same thing the whole time, but it looks really good. And we see here from F1 guy Dan on Twitter, a compilation of Max Verstappen's long runs from day one of testing here in Bahrain, so you can see all of the long run times that he did. So guys, we're coming up on less than 10 minutes to go here of this live stream on the Formula Maximale channel. I'm Chris Cato here, your host and commentator for this final 10 minutes of the action. Thank you so much for everybody who has joined me so far. I'm looking at about 541 viewers currently watching here on YouTube. We've had a little bit more than that up and down throughout the whole day, so really appreciative to everybody who's come in and joined along, and especially everybody out there who's been leaving a chat in the comments. It's a worldwide chat, and it's a worldwide audience today. I've got some more viewers here coming from Romania. Hello from Romania. Shout out to Romania there. Another viewer here from in Arizona. Shout out to the U.S. Viewers coming in from Brazil, cheering on Audi and Bortoleto, of course. And more viewers from India as well. So thank you guys again for leaving your comments and your chats. I hope everybody can join me again tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow in the morning session here on my YouTube channel, and then once again in the afternoon for this 1 hour when the F1 TV will actually be showing the live action from Bahrain. So hope you guys can join me then, and a lot of content coming out on the channel in the next coming days for testing. We've got 9 minutes left in this session, and we're going to do a rundown of the order in about 5 minutes time of the whole days. Pierre Gasly currently out on track on the C3 medium tire, and he's got a personal best in the first sector. He's currently 9th fastest at the moment, and he's been pulling in some solid laps for Alpine. I know some Alpine fans in the chat were worried a little bit earlier about their form in this day one of testing. 43 laps so far on the board for Gasly, and then another additional 28 laps for Colapinto in the AM session. So it's getting up there. It's getting up there for the Alpine fans, so not to worry. At least not yet. And Gasly crosses the line. He does a personal best in the first and third sectors, but he doesn't improve on his time, so he stays 8th fastest at the moment. He's currently sharing the track now with Ocon, Norris, Leclerc, and Antonelli. I believe at the end of the session, drivers will have the chance to do some practice starts as well on the grid. And Max Verstappen, the 4-time world champion, has just come out onto the track once again. So Max will finish out the day again on track. He's been in the car on his own for the first day of testing. Isaac Hadjar will carry over for Red Bull in the RB22 tomorrow. And then the Red Bull drivers will split the days for day 3. All right, let's get back in the chat. We got a lot more chats and comments coming in here. Let's see if I can get to all of them here. Hello from India, from Paris. Another viewer from England, Poland, Bucharest, India again, Milan, Italy. Shout out to the Tifosi. Your Ferrari is doing pretty well so far, we can say, at this moment. I think everybody hopes that it could be Ferrari this year, but I'm not sure. I mean, it's we keep saying that every year, don't we? This is the year for Ferrari. This is the year. And it hasn't happened yet so far. Honestly, it's way too early to tell. I mean, of course, all of the hype in the preseason has been Mercedes, which I personally haven't bought into just yet because there's no evidence to go on anything that Mercedes will be the fastest car. And the matter of fact is there's no evidence that any of these teams will be the fastest because we really just don't know. It's such a big regulation change. But I would say that Ferrari has been very impressive so far. Even going back to the Barcelona shakedown, they completed, I believe it was around 60 laps fewer than Mercedes did. They had a very strong shakedown there, and they've had a very strong day so far. Leclerc's currently sitting in P3. He has 74 laps completed. Lewis Hamilton in the morning session, 52 laps completed. I definitely do think Leclerc looks the more comfortable of the Ferrari driver at the moment. But fingers crossed that Ferrari can actually be a legitimate championship contender this year, because if they can't, it's going to be a very tough year for the Tifosi, and also I think for the team as well, because then you're going to have a huge mess on their hands in terms of their drivers. Leclerc, I think, will start to look elsewhere, and I think Hamilton will probably just call it a day at that point for his career. So I think it'll be good for Formula One if Ferrari get back to the top. All right, just scrolling back up to some of these comments. Another greetings from the Netherlands. You'll be back tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. That's good to hear. I will see you then tomorrow. Hello from Luxembourg. Thank you for joining. Hello from Turkmenistan. Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining as well, Turkmenistan. We've had a lot of different countries in representation in this chat, so very, very good to see. We got a comment here, or a question, excuse me. Do you think Aston Martin's car is going to be as aggressive as the skeptics say? I mean, it certainly is at this point. There are a lot of design features on that AMR 26 that we haven't seen elsewhere on the grid, not even from Red Bull or from Mercedes. So that's kind of the Adrian Newey special, that there's going to be these unique and aggressive design ideas that he features in his cars. The question is the overall package just going to be fast enough? Is the Honda power unit going to be able to support that aero package that Adrian Newey has brought forth? Time will tell. So far, it hasn't been a good start for Aston Martin. They were late to the Barcelona shakedown. They got reliability struggles here in the day 1 of Bahrain testing. So honestly, I'm not bought into the Aston Martin hype just yet, and we'll see how it goes. So under 4 minutes to go, guys, here in this first day of F1 testing. No change at the top of the board. It's still Lando Norris with the fastest time. Max Verstappen did go a little bit faster on his personal best. He's just slightly a bit closer now to Lando Norris. He put in a 1:34.7, so the gap is now about a tenth between the two, but of course, the times don't matter so much. Verstappen, interestingly, still has the fastest top speed of the day at 336 kilometers an hour. If we compare that to Norris's fastest top speed, which is at 326 kilometers an hour, so a lot of different things are at play there. We don't know fuel loads. We don't know, of course, the deployment from the energy and a lot of things like that. So that's interesting as well. I think a shout out needs to go there to Esteban Ocon in the Haas, who's currently sitting in 4th, but also a lot of laps on the board there for Ocon with 112. Very solid day then for Haas, so another good day. And of course, Williams too. We talked about them a little bit earlier at the top of the hour here, but Williams have had a very strong day after this was their first day on track, really, after having a filming day yesterday. Alex Albon, who was in the car in the afternoon, 26 laps, 68 laps for Albon, and then 77 for Carlos Sainz in the morning. So a very, very strong day of running for Williams. All right, I'm going to catch up on some of these chats here. Hello from North Korea. My respect and support for Mercedes. Thank you for joining, and hello to you. 4:55 a.m. right now from New Zealand. Wow, you are very committed. That's a brutal time zone, so good for you. Aston Martin are going to struggle with that Honda engine. Midfield at best, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, it's kind of hard. I mean, again, as I said, we don't know, but I think that Aston Martin might just be destined to be that midfield team, between that 5th and 6th place. But let's hope I'm wrong. Hello from Mexico, of course, supporting Checo Perez. Welcome to you. Things go badly for Ferrari this year. I would want Charles to go to a competitor and would love to see Oscar and Ollie in Ferrari Red for a reset. Yeah, that's interesting. Where would Charles Leclerc go in that case? I know Aston Martin has been thrown around, and maybe different teams like McLaren if something opens up there. Who knows? But I do think that he's going to have to start looking for another team. We got another view from Bucharest. Welcome to you. Hello from Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, we got some more representation from around the world. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Ollie Behrman. So Ollie Behrman is not driving today for Haas. It's only Esteban Ocon in the car. Ollie will be in the car tomorrow. And also your views on Audi having all parts made by them in-house. Yeah, I mean, Audi is slowly going to be turning into a works team, of course. I think they've been a little bit disappointing for me in terms of just how big Audi is as a company and the resources that they have. Their whole rebrand has a little bit fallen short of the mark for me. But this is really going to be the season for them because, I mean, as a big manufacturer as Audi is, they're going to need to show a lot more than what they did in the last couple of years as they tried to take over Sauber. Of course, Sauber as the team, they made some big steps last year in 2025, at least to be sort of more respectable before they launched as Audi. But I expect a lot more from a big automotive giant like Audi. Best livery so far this season? That's a good question. I honestly think I would probably have to go with the Red Bull and the RB22. I think that's been the most best-looking livery so far. Under the lights, it looks the best, and even during the day, I think it looks very good. And also the Haas. The Haas is very, very nice. A very clean white livery, so I think that's probably one of my favorites as well. Okay, so that's weird. The F1 TV stream just pretty much just cut off. Wow, so their Formula 1 is really going private for this test. There was they didn't even get to the checkered flag before cutting off the action. So, okay, that's interesting. But there's another 30 seconds or so. I know it says session completed on the time, but I think that there's still cars out on track. So we'll stay on the air for another half an hour, for another couple minutes or so. And then I'm going to be wrapping it up, and I'm immediately going to get started on the preparation for the day one summary video. And I'm going to recap all of the day's action in a very simple and short video that I'll be uploading later today in the hours to come. All right, so day one is complete, guys. The checkered flag has fallen. Some of the cars still out on track. They will be returning back to the pits, possibly maybe even doing some practice starts. But let's wrap it up here. Let's do a rundown of the order of the day. So Lando Norris finishes the first day of winter testing on top with the best time of a 1:34.6. He completed 56 laps on the board. Max Verstappen very close behind him in second. He did a monster stint of 134 laps throughout this first day of testing. So a very solid day for Red Bull and also their own engine. Charles Leclerc rounds out the top 3 with 78 laps completed on the board of a best time of a 35-1. Esteban Ocon in 4th, a very strong day for Haas as well, 114 laps under his belt. Oscar Piastri in 5th, George Russell in 6th, Lewis Hamilton in 7th, Pierre Gasly for Alpine in 8th, Nico Hülkenberg in the leading Audi in 9th. He had some issues earlier in the PM session, but he managed to eventually complete 71 laps in the afternoon. And rounding out the top 10, Alex Albon for Williams, 68 laps finished for him. And then further down, we've got Antonelli in 11th, P12, Arvid Lindblad. Racing Bulls unfortunately had some sort of a mechanical issue that did not allow them to return to track for the afternoon, so big problems for them. Carlos Sainz in the other Williams did the most laps in the morning. He sits in P13, 77 laps on the board for him. Cadillac Sergio Perez in 14th, Bortoleto 15th, Valtteri Bottas down in 16th, Lance Stroll with the fewest laps done today down in 17th, only 36 on the board for Lance Stroll. And Franco Colapinto rounding out the drivers for today down in 18th. He only did 28 laps on the board. My apologies there, actually. It was Colapinto who has the fewest laps of the board for day 1. All right, guys, so that will do it for today's stream here on the Formula Maximale YouTube channel. That's it for day 1 of preseason testing here from Bahrain. Thank you very much to everybody out there who has joined. I really appreciated everybody who had dropped a comment in the chat. And if you didn't drop a comment on the chat or just joined along, really thank you everybody for watching today. I will be back tomorrow and Friday as well, so check the homepage of my channel for the full live stream schedule here on the Formula Maximale YouTube channel. I've been your host, Chris Cato. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope to see you all again tomorrow. It's bye for now.